Hmm. That's an interesting song that you guys can't even hear. Let me reset that a little bit, lower it a little bit more, and try and get that web audio to grab the right one. Like that. Like that, yeah. Okay. Now, this is supposed to be royalty-free music, so we know what that means. That means that this video is likely going to get several copyright strikes that I'm going to have to refute one by one for each song, because this playlist has like 54 songs on it, but whatever. Sorry that don't have the camera on just yet. I'm still getting myself situated and organized, honestly. Oh, I know that I'm going to have to turn down the volume on my game, too. We'll get to that one once we're in testing. Which is pretty close, to be quite honest. The song's called, The Foghorn, I think. Either that or the artist is called The Foghorn. Now, the channel's called Bass Nation. I could feel the bass. It was nice. Now, it was probably all done in, digitally, but still. Good beat, good swing. Alright. I need about like 2 more minutes, and then we'll have face cams up. I've got a little list of things that I wanted to touch on before we try and submit this tonight, because tonight is the final deadline for this. At least for, school and getting a grade on that. But beyond that... That funky beat was a little loud for me. Beyond that, I'll have to put a pause on, further development of this after today, just because I will need to make sure that I commit at least half as hard to, the rest of the semester. This was technically my first rapid game development assignment for this semester. I don't count Module 1 because that was just like an intro to things and telling us what to expect, and I overlooked that and thought that this was Module 1, which is the only reason it's as developed as it is, and y'all will see that in a moment. Trying to... I just got my packages from downstairs as well, so I had a couple things to take care of mail-wise. Some things that I had been expecting, some things that I'm still expecting. But one of these things was for my phone, so just trying to handle it as quickly as I can. For anyone that's curious, an OtterBox is probably the strongest type of case you can get for your phone, but it's also so thick and protective that if you have mainly wireless charging capabilities all over the place, you're not really going to be able to use that because of the thickness. So pardon me while I try and gently pry this case off of my phone and slap on one that is a little more friendly for all of my wireless charging needs. There we go. That's a good phone. Oh, yeah, yeah, look at you. And theoretically, unless I drop you on a sharp rock, you should be fine. Alright. Oh, this feels dainty. This feels soft. Oh, it's got a kickstand. It doesn't matter if it's dainty or soft anymore. Sorry, Otterbox. We'll see how this thing performs. Obviously, if it doesn't perform well, my phone's gonna already be broken, so... you know. And by that, I don't mean I'm gonna throw my phone against the wall just to test this thing. Can you imagine? People actually do that. This phone can get submerged. Drowns it in water, leaves it overnight. Why isn't my phone working? You said it could be submerged. So can people. Temporarily. The bubbles stop eventually. Sorry, that was a little dark, wasn't it? I see a bunch of screws and extra parts, so I'm going to save the instructions for that just in case. Hey, Williams, what's up? Like holding a Chips Ahoy beneath the surface of the milk until the bubbles stop. Exactly. That's when you know it's ripe for consumption. No pause, full stop. Said what I said. So, while I'm still getting situated here, I want to go ahead and maybe talk about some of the stuff going on in the world, in case anyone is keeping up with news still after all the craziness. Honestly, you should be keeping up with news because we're getting closer to, I guess, what Election Day is eventually going to just be called Judgment Day. So, yeah, apparently Trump has had a second attempt made on his life. Things I found interesting are that even though this is another assassination attempt, this one is very different because the person is not youthful. They are old. They are still of a particular persuasion, and they also weren't shot immediately. And I find it funny that a lot of the posts and everything are still calling it like alleged assassination attempts and like supposed, and they use a lot of the images from the first assassination attempt, and the only like new updated images that are being sent are just images of this dude getting, calmly arrested and not, shot in the back of the head while he's face down on the floor. Interesting things to look out for that a lot of people just kind of don't pay attention to because they're like, oh, thank God that something was stopped before it got crazy. They're eating the pets in Springfield. Yes, exactly. Your pets are in danger. They will be consumed. But, well, generally that's more of a thing if you're like going to Korea and you order something called bulgogi. Don't do that. Don't order bulgogi. I don't know if I'm even pronouncing it right. But there's lots of things that end with gogi. So if it starts with a D and ends with gogi, don't eat it because you're eating dogi. The assassination had a concept of... No, the assassin had a concept of a plan. Okay. I still haven't looked at the videos, but the only thing I'm noticing is the vast difference that they're using the still frames and thumbnails from the first attempt. And all the things I'm seeing of this guy are of him, being arrested and still being alive and being interviewed. What about that first guy? Why wasn't he arrested and interviewed, especially since they had him cornered on a very open rooftop where even if he did try and like shoot anyone that tried to come up to him, they could have done an aerial thing. It's not too hard. Cops, they have access. Making jokes about the debate that happened and some of Trump's... Oh, I still haven't watched it. Yeah, I'm excited to go ahead and view that, but all I know is what I've been seeing on the thumbnails while I've been scrolling trying to find like not super important things to watch and listen to in the background while I've been coding. If anyone was curious, I do still have the ritual that I kept from my from my other channel. I just don't show it anymore. So if you're familiar with the ritual, you're free to join, but We're gonna get kicked off here, and I know I said 2 minutes about 10 minutes ago, but yeah, another 2 minutes. At most, another 2 minutes. Okay, that was good enough. Let's go ahead and hit the Unity dev scene. Hello, ladies and... Oh, no! We're still in studio mode! Re! Go back, go back. Alright. Hello, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to the channel. It's me, Sergeant Killer Snow, with Snow Studio Games. And today we are going to be, hopefully, putting some finishing touches on Portal Pong. And getting it ready for submission, not just to my instructor, but also to hopefully have it somewhat up to a fun, playable point for other people, you know? I already know and got verification from, like, from someone in the master's program at the school, I think, or that is looking forward to the master's program, that already took the rapid game development course. And after they saw like half of level 1, they were like, you did way more than they asked for. You're getting an A on this for sure. And I'm like, yeah, that wasn't really the point, but yeah, hell yeah. That makes me happy. So, one of the things that we did is we just added a quality of life script right before the look up the pause heard around the world. I'm very reluctant with things that are heard around the world, but I will look that up. So, Mr. Overachiever. See, the thing is that I wasn't even trying to, like, go crazy on this. Like, I even recognize it myself, and I'm like, why did I go so hard? Why am I still going so hard on this? And the answer for me is really, really funny and simple. This is fun. Like, I've been having fun playing and testing this thing, and when I get frustrated and angry, it's because it's doing the things that I don't want it to do, which is the same thing that happens with other games that I really love. Dead by Daylight, as much as I shit on that game, I love it. I love what it was, I love what it could be. I hate that they're letting all of their mistakes just keep on compounding on themselves, but I could literally make an entire separate channel for shitting on their decisions. We'll cut that there. So, let me start with acknowledging some of the plights. Let me first scratch off, I think, one of the things that I did on this. No, I didn't do any of the things on this yet. Did I? There was something wrong with level 5. What did I mess up? Oh, I know what I messed up on in level 5. Alright, we're going to go to level 5. Because I was testing this game, a build of it, at like 2, almost 3 in the morning, somewhere between there. And, well, what wound up happening was that I actually made it all the way up to level 5 with like 1 health. I was, whew, it was challenge mode for sure. And, wait a minute. It wasn't level 5, it was level 4. I thought I was on level 5. That's crazy. You couldn't get past level 3? Is that on the updated new one? Or is that on the previous one? Let me just ask, are there red bricks? Because in these updated versions, I have removed red bricks entirely. I realized that having 5-hit bricks, it's the one that I originally... Yeah, so there's red bricks all over that one. Yeah. So, I've nerfed red bricks. And by nerfed, I mean they're gone. Because I realized that it was taking me upwards of like 10 minutes to beat 1 level because just red bricks were only like orange or yellow by the time everything else was gone. So I was like sitting there trying to hit like just red bricks that started red, and I realized it was even worse on level 3 when like almost everything on certain sides was just red. So I've redesigned that one. I'm sorry. I'm apologizing not for the redesign, but I'm apologizing for having that be one of the tests. But this is how we know, right? I can probably reintroduce red bricks once I have like a power-up system involved, but that's we need to get everything else working the way I want it to before I look into that. So power-ups, though I wanted them to try and be a part of the original build, they're gonna wait until later. So level 4, I wound up with a particular error. And the error that I got was talking about an array error, which means that something in here that's referencing an array of things that it needs to function properly, one of those things suddenly changed. And I was like, damn, what what's doing that? And then I realized I removed red bricks and I went through almost every level, but there were some levels that looked like their red health value, like the red brick value was gone, and the I also adjusted the health value of the brick so that way it doesn't even have the option for 5 health anymore. So it's all been adjusted down, but these right here. Let's click on that brick right there. Oh, oh, now you're fine at 4. Is that right? Because you didn't do that before. I just watched the health change over. I think it's me clicking on them is refreshing them and making them do it. So I think because I checked on almost all of them, any of the ones that I didn't check aren't going to have that adjusted. Okay. Okay, you need some hand holding. We're going to go ahead and cycle down through here. Oh, this is that back row. The back row is also supposed to be all level 4 bricks. It didn't do it before, it did it be 5. You can't count the 5. Found another vet, by the way, in my elevator. Because when I went down to grab this package, I came back in. There was a dude trying to like get his bike in, larger dude. But the first thing I see is a big old digital camo backpack in my face. And it wasn't like a digital camo that you'd expect to find at like a surplus store because it was wrecked, brother. When I saw that, I was like, hey, yo, nice digital camo bag. What is that, circa like 2010 or something? It was like, nah, that was '08 when I was in. So we chopped it up for just like literally a couple of sentences because we were just in the elevator, but I found out he's a 13 Fox and he lives on the like 4 floors below me. So might run into him again. Good man. Adding on to that story, it looked like he was happy to talk to someone, even if for a short second, because I feel it. We still tend to have a larger like comfort level around those that we know have been through some shit that we've been through before. Okay. This wasn't even part of my problem here. What was? I don't think there was anything in code that I wanted to do. There's one thing I want to try and add. I know the green screen's having some texture issues. It's kind of blasted out a little bit. Also, let's see, shift it a little that way. A little better. Yeah, my hair is getting real long. Yeah, I got, it's all sticking out back there. Yes, it's quite long. Um, and the lights, I shift them around so that way they're not in my way half the time, but it's also based on where I am because it's trying to like balance things. So that'll be a little more annoying on me, but at least the lighting might actually kind of balance out there. Yeah, you saw I can't do anything with it. Even if I put on the do-rag, it's poking out the bottom because it's not long enough for me to like push it up and roll it in when I'm doing. Oh, wait a minute. Ooh, Bishop might be. Hold up. I gotta go get a haircut anyway. Not like a length trimming haircut, but like an actual just trim to make sure that my hair is healthy. Keep it growing. The beard is going to take much longer because I've always had like patchiness and spots where it just like right there is perfectly smooth. I haven't shaved that spot. It's just hair doesn't really grow there. So I have to wait until everything evens out in certain ways. And then I can start a proper growth process because everything's a fucking process. As well it should be. Instant gratification has kind of gone way out of hand. I still need to test this new code that I have put in because I've made a score value for the space cannons. 5 o'clock shadow by noon. Yeah, yeah. I mean, my shit grows back pretty quick. It's just there's spots where it doesn't really want to grow, I guess. Also, I did kind of shift myself over here. I might need to change something on my stream elements. Uh, I think if I get rid of like the super chat and the latest tipper thing, I can put these little things up there. The ones that are scrolling my names. I like those. I do like that they word wrap, but I want them like down here. So that way they're not on top of stuff. I'll have to work with that. Sharpie. I'm writing things down a lot more because my brain is a jumble. I've been starting to get headaches and everything from just thinking too much. Har har har. Man thinks head hurt. Right. Okay. I wanted to make a speed boost. That's right. I made a speed limiter and put it into the code already, so that way the ball doesn't go faster than you should be able to react to, and I've set the speed of the paddle to be pretty damn snappy fast, to the point where it can almost skip frames that it's moving that way. But the ball, even though I made it so that way the ball can't stop and the ball can't stay at one specific like Y value or X value for too long before it will start to drift in like a diagonal, so that way we don't have the situation where it just keeps on going back and forth between the portals perfectly horizontal. That's happened to me a couple times. So we eliminated that. We've put a speed limiter on there. What was my speed limiter again? What did I set you to? Max velocity is set at 22.5. So I have it set to there because at 27 is like the max speed that it goes when you slap the shit out of it sideways and it just starts going. That's when you can't respond to it that fast because it's going at like such a speed that the velocity you can't keep up with it. So I went ahead and made that velocity the limit for our player. and we're going to apply that to the prefab. So move speed is now going to natively be 27.5 for the paddle. And the Pong ball starts at 700, which is basically just like a 7 on the speed thing. And it can go up to 22.5 for velocity, which is still pretty fast. Like, anything after 20 is pretty damn fast. But the ball tends to generally be around, like, between 10 and 17 for velocity from my measurements. So I want to make a booster that is also bound to the spacebar, minimizing controls, right? Reusing what we can. So right now, when we press spacebar, it launches the ball. And that's all it does. And that only works when the ball is mounted to the paddle. It's not when the ball touches the paddle. It's not anything like that. You can't do a skill shot and, like, when it touches the paddle, you can press spacebar and launch it again for extra speed, although that could be an interesting mechanic. But no, we're not doing that. I want to make it so that way when that ball is actively in play, at least like every 5 to 10 seconds, the player has the ability / option to press space to hit the space bar, and that will apply the max velocity's worth of force to the ball in its current direction. So if it's going at like 13.3 in velocity, you hit the button and it'll just boom really quickly go up to its maybe not max, maybe like, I think I'll set it to 20. It'll boost it to 20, so it won't be at max velocity. It can still go faster, but I feel like a speed boost can be very needed in certain instances. And that'll also introduce a greater skill cap for this, because then you can notice if the ball's not going to make it before a door closes on it, hit the speed boost. You might make it. You'll be able to teleport, avoid bouncing in an unintended way. It'll be a lot of split-second decisions. But we know how I love doing those. Okay. So. Oh, we also have a problem that we really need to have sorted out. And it's with the UI. So right now, our UI, if you play the game at the appropriate, you know, at the scale that it was built at, which is 1920 by 1080, or anything like lower than that, everything should be fine. But my monitor, my primary monitor, is actually, I think it's 3440 by 1440, or something like that. So I've got a widescreen curved here, and when I play it, the UI, the entire like top part of the UI is cut off, so I don't even see the scoreboard or anything. And the game's like title is cut off. The pause is kind of in the right spot, but there's just quite a bit that is at a detriment when the scaling goes beyond, you know, what it's generally made for. And I don't want to make it a thing where, like, I mean, generally 16 by 9 is the right size for everyone. So that's the 1920 by 1080. No, one's an aspect ratio, one's a resolution count. Either way, like, most people are generally good at 1080. I don't know if I need to go crazy with trying to find a way to make it better for larger screens, but having a larger screen myself, I'd prefer if it, you know, worked, right? Also, I just realized several of these are still using the old sounds. That's fine. I'll work on that. There should be no changes in the doors. Although we could change... No, door speed is something that's set in the code, and the door speed's actually pretty good. We could tailor these delay times per level. That's something else that we can do. But the UI problem is my biggest concern, because if I play this on maximized, let's just do that. Let me save this level as well and pause the music. Crank down the game audios a bit. See, so everything looks good here and now. Now let's see what happens if I put it on free aspect. That's unfortunate. See, if I switch the resolutions here, but then the scaling, like, you have to actually scale the viewpoint of the camera, because if you keep it at scale 0.1, then we have an issue. So what do I do? Full HD at 1. This is what I want. And when we go to 2560, this is still kind of acceptable. Let's try and play it like this. Yeah, see, everything is there. Everything is there, everything is good. Everything's still smooth, and you don't see anything you're not supposed to. And I made sure that all the canvases are have the same settings for their scaling the UI. So you'll notice a couple of small things, like the ball tends to change color per bounce, but it's not like a huge notice because I also put a copy of the ball behind it, so that way it can still kind of be visible and trackable. I'm going to find an alternative to that because I don't like that it kind of nullifies the really cool fancy color change that I'm doing. But yeah, there's times where I really want to give this thing a boost. You saw that the max volume there was still volume. The max velocity, we were still able to see what the ball was doing. We sideswiped it, it went in, started bouncing. Appreciate it. I like when people notice the little things. So I also am trying to test out the multiplier level. See, when it's like this, I want to speed it up. I want to be able to hit the boost and make it, like, let it still do its thing, just faster, please. So I want to have the option to at least do the thing. I think that's already been fixed. If you're still talking about the issues that were there in the very first version I gave you, they're so much different now. You shouldn't be able to do this. You should start increasing. See, here, we just encountered an issue. That shouldn't be possible anymore. It's perfectly vertical and yet it's doing its thing. Okay. So I need to look at that code again. Technically, it's supposed to be a slow ball speed boost, so it's kind of just for keeping it above a certain slow speed, because I had also encountered the issue that several people have tried to bring up, which is if you hit the ball on like the corner of the paddle, it just loses all of its velocity and stops. That's just like a really skillful hit on the corner of the collision. I can't really do anything about that. But what I did do was I changed coding in the ball instead of the paddle. And now whenever the ball just goes way too slow, it'll slowly pick up speed again until it's at like a slightly less stagnant type of move speed. Which again, a boost button will also help with that. But we need it to not ever be like vertical like that. Right side panel noticeable out the green portal. What you mean? Oh, let me set the scale of this back to 1. Yeah, this is what would be seen, and this is actually kind of what I see when I hit play on the regular version. Alright. What is size of the game view on the screen? So how do I find something to go ahead and change the size of the game view? Less. Oh, you're saying that they're not evenly like spaced to be at the exact same spot. I'm not too concerned about pixel measurements right now. I know it's something that that will, you know, be annoying for those that will want the symmetry, but if that's gonna bug you, then don't look too close at those bricks, because those aren't snapped together. Those I hand moved all of them together, so there's definitely variations on all of them. Yeah, I'm not too concerned about visual things like that unless it's like gonna be game breaking, such as not being able to see your score, your multiplier, or your paddle, which has been happening. So I need to add something else into our update method here. I actually remember seeing a bit of code while I was researching the other day that could help with this. Oh, wait a minute. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. Let me get rid of that. All right, cool. Let me hit play on the music again. The blockade panels that cover the portal. Like yeah, no, the ball and the what you call it can, and the paddle, in fact, can get stuck if both doors are open, or one of them, like one was closed and then another one closes after you've entered. You can get stuck and just keep battling back and forth there. But the doors do eventually open and let you out. It's more of an annoyance for the ears than anything, because it every time we have a sound effect happen, what the game is doing is actually creating its own little invisible object that has a sound source that plays the sound in full and then deletes itself once the sound is done. So with that logic, every time we're triggering a teleport, it's generating one of those sounds. So that's why it stacks up and gets really loud for a split second. I don't like it that it does that, but I can't have the doors like completely in the way of certain things. Like I already, that's the pixel measurement that I did do, was making sure that the portals were like on these two parts of the what do you call it? The portals were like constrained to here, and then the doors were one pixel or one unity unit away from those animations. And that's the best I could do, because even looking at this, you can tell that this isn't exactly a perfectly skilled thing, and it does bother me too. Right, I needed to not get distracted by music, and so I need the code for, let's see, there we go. Ooh. Stuck moving up and down. Nope. Check that line. Nope. Nope. Wow, a lot of people having issues getting their ball to bounce. Okay, I need to be careful with wording. Infinite horizontal bouncing. It reminds me of the stories in Futurama from the ball people. Talking about the little ball that could, or the great brave ball, who bounced 1 meter in the air. Then he bounced 2 meters in the air. And then legend has it he bounced 4 meters. Oh, Space Nation kind of putting out some crazy bangers there. And I really hope that these are royalty free, but I will likely wind up getting dinged for every sound sample that they used to make these. Bum bum. No. No. We don't do friction here. Adding friction will slow the whole ball. That is not the way. Programmatic bouncing logic? Yeah, I already got that, baby. Oh, you thought that I was trying to find a way to cause it to bounce infinitely. Parallel to each other infinitely. Physics and material dynamics, static, friction, bounciness. Okay, settings of the ball. Change the mass, not really needed. Kinematic. Change to false before fire. That's one way to do it. Settings of the paddle. Yeah, okay. Trajectory does not change. Yeah. Okay. Create 2 perfectly parallel planes and okay. Yeah, there's nothing like wind. Giving the paddle a... Ooh, that's interesting. I'll toy with that method a little later. That could be something that's added as unlockable for the, I gotta write an idea down. Alright, that was a little side idea. Okay. Yes. Yes, that's the one. Okay, so float, right? Yeah, so you're getting the float of the y velocity, which, no, wait, you're setting the y velocity, so y velocity would just, you'd send the ball up. Y velocity is lower than min y velocity, and y velocity is rigid body, y. Wait, what? Oh yeah, let's expand this one. Look at these solutions. Right, so that way it's something that we can all kind of look at here. right? So they provided several little options here. Random velocity tweak after each collision. I don't want that. That'll be a little too hectic and crazy. Let's see. This one pushes the ball down or up based on, up-down stagnation of the ball. I don't think we've ever had that, but lower than min y velocity, and y velocity is positive. Okay. The way they wrote this is a little weird right here. I'm not sure if they're saying to subtract the ball's y velocity by the minimum velocity. Alright, well, they wrote it out up here, so I'm just going to change that to, like, actually check if one is greater or less than the other. And math F sine, rigid body velocity is -1. What does math F sine do? I haven't seen that one. I don't like using things that I don't know or understand. How many bounces would change the friction? Nope. That would screw up our entire thing with getting bounce, making bounce collision be multiplier. See, that's why it's hard to try and find like things that will help, because a lot of people will just find the first solution that is the one that seems like the most complete solution, but they won't understand what they're adding to their project. They won't be able to explain what it's doing, which is why I'm going to go in and see what math F sine does right effing now by typing math F dot sine. What are you doing? Returns the sine of F. Is it just me, or does that not really explain anything? Alright. The solution looks like a good one. I want to be able to use it, but I need to be able to understand it first. There we go. Returns the sign of f. Returns a value of 1 when f is 0 or greater. Returns a value of -1 when f is negative. That is an explanation. That's not even a long explanation. They could have put that on there. I guess it would invalidate the need for having all the documentation available online if you put all the documentation with your product. Alright. So, we've got this here. F is 0 or greater. So then, theoretically, if I put a value in there that is going to be greater than 0, it'll be 1. All right. Okay, all right. This is what I was looking up before, which was about how to alter the margins of the camera rectangle. So that way it gets everything properly. But I'm thinking now I might need to scale the canvases based on the UI resolution. Or rather, the monitor resolution that the game's being played at. I need to find a way to make it, like, compress, shrink, and grow again. Like, well, the compression is already done. Like, that's fine. Anything lower than 1920 by 1080 seems to be fine. It's the higher ones that are being a problem. And though I feel like this is like kind of good, changing the size of the viewport itself whenever they have like a larger monitor. But at the same time, I feel like that's not actually fixing the problem. Yeah. I'm not liking the solution of changing the viewport, because then we're introducing the possibility that everything just kind of freaks out and breaks if the code decides to skip a little bit while they're like actively scaling it faster than the frame rate, you know. Although I could just say that scaling is not allowed by the player, and they'd have to do it through an options menu, which I now understand why so many games do that. Anyway, infinite bouncing of ball. I don't want to mess with... Oh wait, no. That's them trying to attain the infinite. Not actually doing it. Yeah, that's people still trying to figure out their vector calculations. Break infinite loop. Hmm. That person isn't using the right type of coding for their Pong. It should be very near impossible to get a perfect back and forth vertical between two surfaces if your paddle is coded so that way like deviations in the physics location of where the ball hits causes, you know, movement. Bouncing is unnatural. Damn it. Don't need that. My tutorial would be days long, not an hour long. Um, all right. I'm gonna try and cobble something together. I'm tired of looking. We will make it happen. Okay. So, while it's in my head, I'm going to come down here. Ensures that the ball moves with the paddle. Okay, yeah, that's fine. We're gonna come down here and we're going to... I need to pause the music for a second. I'm getting too into it and it's wiping out what I am trying to do. Create a timing variable. If x is approximately equal to x within a variation of like 0.1f, we'll start the timer. Subtracting 1 from the timer variable every time dot delta time The slightly angled bounce, that is a possibility, but it also invites even more chaos considering we will be doing a lot of bouncing. So if you can't really predict where your ball is going to bounce, then it takes away a lot of control from the player. Even with just a slight one, if it's too slight, it's not going to affect the ball in a noticeable way in, reasonable time. And if it's too much of a difference, then it's just going to cause problems for the player. What I'm going to do though is this what I'm typing out in green code that I'm currently kind of blocking. Let me scroll down a little bit so that way it's above me. All right. What I'm doing right now is basically writing what's known as pseudocode, and it's something that every programmer, scripter, coder, everyone should do. What it is basically using the engine's comment system where it will ignore what's written after the double slashes, so anything that's green, and it's going to just kind of stay there for people to read. And that is where you want to put what you want to do and like flesh out your idea there, so that way if you have to step away or you have ADHD and go do some other shit, when you come back you can see the note and be like, oh yeah, that's exactly what I wanted to do. And seeing as how I keep on forgetting everything just based off various sounds I'm hearing, I need to make sure that it's all written in here. So we're going to create a timer. I'm going to say that timer is going to be like 3 seconds. Timer var and original timer var. So I want the original timer to be what the actual timer is, and then I want the other timer variable to be the deductible number that the system will keep changing, and then once it applies the force to the ball to go ahead and change it from its, infinite trajectory, it will go ahead and change it and then immediately set the timer variable that's been changing constantly and counting down, set it equal to the stored original value. So that way it's ready for the next instance of whenever it's called. Start timer. Basically, this is going to be checking constantly if the x variable is going to be the same for approximately a certain amount of time, and if it has remained the same across that amount of time, it's going to apply force. Timer reaches 0. Apply force. I'm not sure if I want to apply force at location or just apply force. I think we'll just apply force. Okay, now that we have that there, we know what we're going to need to do. So we're going to come up here to our all variables dropdown. And we're going to add to our public and tunable variables spot right here a little space for a new public variable. Actually, this is going to be a serialized private. Serialized field, keep the spacing, and this is going to be a private float. That we're going to call stagnation timer. Original stagnation timer. And then the next one is going to be a private field down here, private variable, private float stagnation timer. Now, if we really want to take a look at like the pixel density of our area, so that way we know kind of how much we need to worry about, we can go to one of our levels here. Kind of just see the difference between this brick here, not the actual brick, thank you. So this one is at x 12.09. Oh wait, no, we need to be worried about the y. It's the y. Yeah, the x is fine. I was thinking about the wrong axis. Why? Why? I'm thinking because it's traveling on the x-axis, I got confused. We want to make sure that it's y, its elevation is changing, because if it's not, that means that it's, you know, infinite. I also need to add it to the, I just realized I also need to add this to the else section of the mounted to paddle. Because if it's mounted to the paddle, its Y is never going to change. Because it's going to be stuck and mounted to the same position on the paddle. At least the same elevation. So we copy that over there, and then we go ahead and get rid of that copy there. And now we start coding this in here with our new variables that we created up here, which since we saved, they should already be available for use on our Pong ball prefab. You say you might need to add it for both X and Y just to avoid infinites, but then again, up and down loops can be broken just by letting the ball through. Yeah, you can break that by letting the ball through, or just, you know, paddle. Different sections of the paddle will send it off in different angles. We're not going to have a problem with unavoidable hard collision objects that are going to cause a vertical loop until I get back to working on this project after submission. Because that's going to be for, like, unbreakable blocks and stuff like that, which I have I've coded it with having those things in mind, but I did not code those, like, features in yet, so not even touching that yet. But if and when I do, that is going to be something that we will deal with, is the vertical. And I can add that in after. But right now, I just want to worry about the horizontal. Or rather, I just want to worry... You know what I mean. God damn it. Let me do the thing. Okay, so we have the stored timer thing. Okay, so if transform.position.y Damn, I just realized, how am I going to tell it the interval to check? I don't want it to be a coroutine. If it were a coroutine, I could pause it every time. Every time it resets. And then launching it would start the coroutine again. Because with a coroutine, I can control the timing a lot better for certain things. Okay. Damn it. Let's see. We're going to have a private I enumerator. Well, yes, but... And the name is going to be... stagnation check. We just keep it as a while true for right now. Stagnation, timer, running. Initially set to false. Stagnation timer running equals true. Set that right there at the very top. So if stagnation timer running, that is when we are going to create a float here, call it reference y. We'll set that equal to transform.position.y. I think I'll actually set that outside here. And we want to go ahead and since that starts off right there, we're going to wait for seconds 1, and this has to be a yield return new, wait for seconds 1, and then we drop down to the next line. The next line is going to be, after waiting that second, we're going to check if transform dot position dot y. Let me rewrite this. Also, first off, excuse you. I hate when you do this. Okay. Right, there it is. Compares two floating point values and returns true if they are similar. Okay. So we want to check those. I wonder if there's a... We need to see how much the those values actually... What the approximation scale is. I'll figure that out in a second. We want to make sure that transform.position.y is the first, and the second is the reference.y. Oh, whoops. Or reference y. Do you have an overload at all? Honestly, it should be good enough. Let's say if it is like that, then we're going to say if let me type timer so that way I can see my values here. If stagnation timer is not equal to 0, we're going to stagnation timer minus minus, which subtracts 1 from the value, like just a solid 1 whole number from the value, and then sets that the result equal to whatever you were subtracting from. For whatever you were subtracting from. So basically I'm saying, hey, stagnation timer, subtract 1 from yourself, and that's your new value. Else rb dot add force vector 2 dot, let's say down, multiplied by let's say half of the max velocity. There's the reset for that. That might not work with that. How do I make this return back? Use the yield return statement to return a value, or yield break to end the iteration. That work? I don't know. We'll see. I've got to carefully monitor this. And we want to make sure that, let's see, in update, we're going to say if stagnation timer is not running, and mounted to paddle is false, start coroutine, stagnation check. No. No need to add that there. If mounted to paddle, and then in here we can put the check. If stagnation check. Sorry, stagnation timer running is not true when... Oh wait, this is if you're mounted to the paddle, yeah. So if it is true, then you need to stop coroutine stagnation check. And then we need to go ahead and make sure that stagnation timer is equal to stagnation original stagnation timer. I know it's supposed to happen when the timer reaches 0 up here, but we have to invite the chance that we won't actually have the full timer run through. Hey, Darklight, welcome. Just realized that I've listened to the podcast that just started last week. They posted their second video audio. Oh, well, good for them. Congratulations to them, and thank you for remembering that I'm here. I appreciate you. We're trying to work out a little bug where the ball likes to bounce sideways infinitely. So I think I need to find out what their version of an approximation is. That's what I was doing. Unity math F approximately. I've looked this up before. Floating point imprecision makes comparing floats using the equals operator inaccurate. For example, 1 equals 10 divided by 10 might not return true every time. That's crazy. Same epsilon of each other. Okay, so a tiny floating point value. The smallest value that a float can have different from 0. Oh, so that's going like tiny, tiny? Oh, a value between any number and epsilon will result in an arbitrary number due to truncating errors. Damn, so epsilon is just like a really, 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 really tiny thing. Alright, so let me look up which command I actually want to use then before I start running this, because mathf approximately is not the one I want, apparently. Let's go ahead and I'm going to drag this back over here so that way y'all can see as well. We're going to look up Unity, and we're going to look up comparing to floats with variance, I guess. Inherent imprecision of floating point numbers. Yeah, right. Yeah. Cool. All right, that's math approximately. You've got to have other options. Huh. I have another way. If it wants to be difficult like that, then I have... There's always another way. Even if it's not the right way, it is a way. Right? At least I hope. Gotta move some things over here. Okay. So, if we're not going to use the approximation, I'm going to say if my transform position dot y subtracted from my current if my current position minus the previous position doesn't equal 0, there we go. Let's see. Oh my god, that's a visual scripting? God damn it. Now it's gonna put that shit on my project again. Get the hell out of here, visual scripting. That's something that I really dislike that Unity has been doing. I don't know if I don't know when this setting changed, but they put this thing in there where as you're coding, if the autocomplete goes ahead and offers something, even in the middle of you typing, if you type anything while... Oh, that's a nice freeze. If you type anything while it's, like, doing that, trying to, like, recommend something, there's a good chance that you might accidentally hit space, which will accept the thing that it was trying to do, and then it'll auto-fill in a bunch of code, no matter if it's from the things that you are actively using in your project or not. And then it will go ahead and say, oh, well, you're using this, but it doesn't seem like you're using it in your script. Like, you didn't say that you want to use this stuff, but you hit OK on that, so you obviously must want me to go ahead and just slot that up in there. And I've had, like, the top of my scripts wind up, like, that thick when they're usually like that, because I only need to use, like, 3 or 4 different things usually. Like, using different namespaces. What I mean by usings is these up here. Using the Unity engine, using system.collections. You usually wind up using Unity engine, Unity editor, system.collections, system.collections.generic, occasionally systems.io, and then just systems. That's like the vast majority of what you will use. At least at these levels. You don't have to worry about visual scripting and all these other fancy things if I didn't type using up there, I don't want that shit up there. The crazy thing is, if I need it for other things like IEnumerator, since that's technically under the collections namespace, if I go ahead and start typing out an enumerator, it'll just underline it in red and say, hey, you can't use this unless you're using the right namespace. It doesn't automatically do it for me. I'd love for it to do that. But no, it does it for all of the IntelliSense AI recommendations. POS. Oh, I just realized that my captions may actually be cutting off parts of the right. Oh, no, wait, no, never mind. It just didn't want to do the thing right. Oh, well. I'm gonna slap myself back to where I'm supposed to be. I had scooted myself for a video that I did real quick. That works. Okay. Relock that. I'm gonna mess it up if I don't. And that. And that. And that. Okay. I'm gonna grab a drink real quick. And I gotta clean up some of my clutter in here. But not today. At least not right now. Okay. By the way, if anyone's in the game dev field and you want a almost literal fuck ton of audio assets, check out Humble Bundle, because I just picked one up for $35 that had the size of the zipped file that of everything that I wound up downloading from there because of that was 48 gigs zipped. I have sounds for literally everything now. And I just got it yesterday, or else I would have like taken the time and parsed through a bunch of it to try and like put sounds in here instead of hunting them down. But I'm glad with the sounds that I got for this for the most part. Damn, I think Math F approximate might be my only bet here. I'm gonna experiment here. Equal to transform dot position dot y. Still doesn't feel right. Because then this is saying that our previous position plus or minus 1 equal to the transform position dot y. So what happens if it's actually going faster, not slower? That's unfortunate, Darklight. I know that's typically the response for the options out there, but it's for anyone that, you know, has the chance, because the actual like MSRP cost value of everything I got was honestly in the 4,000s, almost $5,000 range for 35 bucks. So it's quite a bit. And if this isn't like your field, your main thing that you do, it's definitely understandable when you have to like give yourself pause on certain things. But for me, I know for a fact that all of those sounds, everything that I just got, I don't have to look for sounds for my projects or my games or anything like that for the foreseeable future. I just don't. Show you why. Paid sounds right here. We have everything from an 80s music pack, action flick music, ambient music packs, probably volumes 1 through 6 at some point. Animal sound, building tycoon sounds. Chiptune music is basically the type of music that we have in the game already. Chiptune is like chip tone, the sound thing that I was using to kind of create the hit sounds and stuff like that. We have comedy sounds, card sounds, cyberpunk, crowd, ambient music, flying cars, fire, fantasy, mutations, orchestral music, synthetic music, spy flick stuff. There's so much. There's so much. And it also came with plugins for Unity, Unreal, and Godot for footsteps and music. It's crazy how much this pack had. And these are just the downloaded zip files. I still haven't like opened these up to look at everything that's in them. Some of these zipped files are a gig zipped, which is already kind of nutty on its own as well. So it's wild. Still haven't looked at it. Don't have the time just yet. But I know I'm going to be looking for it, looking through it for my combat design class. I want to make sure that every action that I make in that combat design class is impactful and punchy and sounds right. Now for this. I really wish I could find the other thing that I had found. Hold up. Wait a minute. Hold up. I'm live already. Poor Abid. Abman. Trying to find his way. Oh, oh. Did I find it? Is it here? Is this it? Is this right? What is it? Nah. No, that's not what I wanted. Unforge. What about this? Not set to an instance of an object. Update text elements. No, that was all the way back in my advanced coding final. I went too far. Damn, I didn't save a reference to the solution either. What's going on, Adman? Welcome, welcome. Alright, I need to maximize this screen, and we need to give this another shot. Come here. I need to find this situation. Trying to remember which one had the right. The ball. Seems like everyone else has issues with an up and down loop. 0.5, and add it every frame. Looks like this person was just trying to get a ball spin change. That's not what I need either. was weird. YouTube didn't let you know? Figures. YouTube likes to be picky, I guess. Infinite loop? Nope, that happens automatically. That's the wrong kind of infinite loop. I think this was it. When they said stuck in boring loop. Okay. This person right here actually had a great answer. Make a new field in your class. T to store the time that you're interested in. Time development. Say VY has had the value you're looking for. Oh, VY would be variable Y. I hate when people just use individual letters. Okay, so we make an if statement. If variable Y is equal to value you're looking for, which would be 0 in this case, at least for them. Then add the elapsed time since the last update to T. Otherwise set T to 0. It would be time.delta time. It would be plus plus time.delta time. Check the value of T every update to see if it's less than or equal to 3 seconds. Or greater than or equal to 3 seconds. Yeah. Okay, so I kind of was on the right path. Oh, I kind of was on the right path based off that. Okay, hang on. That solution was 7 years old. This is why looking to the past is not a big problem. This is why history is important. This is why the One Piece is real. Oh. Yes. Okay. Fire Semi. That's the username right there. Fire Semi, 7 years ago, you gave an answer to how to properly do this little counter thing to go ahead and add for us if you're the one. All credit to that homeboy right there. Gonna go ahead and prop this back up and be on a correct channel. And yeah, there we go. That's as correct as that's gonna get. And then I can go ahead and pop that back on, and it's still on the wrong thing. It's okay. Okay, so what I just saw. Let me, I'm just gonna do a little of this, do that, and then come down here and do that, and that's now collapsible and toggled out. And I was just making my changes in here. Get rid of those, because I didn't even fully write those in yet. For anyone that doesn't know, that what I just did right here is I just turned this whole thing into like a comment block instead of a single line comment. which anything that you use the double slash on is just a single line comment, and technically would only apply to the thing that you are typing out. Once you hit enter, it would be done. The One Piece were the friends we made along the way. My One Piece is feeling a little light, guys. Can I get a refund on my One Piece? I think I got mine from Temu. Although the homies that I do have are pretty top tier. But after 35 years of searching for the One Piece, I'd expect more than a handful. And that's me talking about the 35 years of my life looking for my One Piece, not, you know, the 25 plus years of One Piece trying to find the actual One Piece. Let's refocus back up. My bad. I always get distracted when it comes to One Piece. That's the one. I need to appreciate this code even more. I'm sorry, because this dude eliminated my need for any of the approximations. If velocity of y equals 0, which means that I can be like, if velocity of y is like less than 0.01 instead of like equal to 0. So if it's ever like, ooh, wait. We'll say approximately 0. We'll say approximate, we're going to math f approximate if the approximate value of the velocity of y is 0. Then we'll do the code. I got it. I got it. Love it. But it's only going to be when not mounted to paddle. We'll specify that. Sure. Alright. Oh, I forgot the if first. If math f dot approximately, and then we want to go ahead and say velocity. Stop auto-completing my shit. Yo, I'm livid. rb.velocity.y. Hey, they know what I'm going for now. Yeah, buddy. Yep. This might still be a coroutine thing. Honestly, I just noticed that it looks like his thing isn't actually tied to the time.delta time. Still, he gave me everything else that I needed, so I will still appreciate, and I will slap it into the coroutine above once I finish typing it out, so I stop getting distracted and bouncing. Like a rubber man. Like Captain Monkey D. No, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. That laughter wasn't my inner me. That was the song, I promise. So if we are approximately 0, we want to add to that counter. Where did I set that? Alright. Private float is up there. We're going to go ahead and set like 3F there just to have it initialized and ready for use. Stagnation timer plus plus. The same as plus equals. And then the other one would be, yeah, if it's not equal to 0, then we set the counter to 0 again. This doesn't need to be an else if. It just needs that to be false. So if it's false, then the next step is to stagnation timer 0 it out. And then the next step after checking those is if stagnation timer is equal to original stagnation timer, then that is when rb.velocity is equal do I want to add it? I still don't know if I want to add it at position. Either way. Velocity dot oh, I don't type velocity. I just type add force. There you go. Add force rb.velocity wait a minute. Where's the multiplication? And we want to do that by what did I say I wanted it to be? Half the max value, right? Half max velocity. So that would be max velocity times 0.5 f. And now we can put all of these into the coroutine above. And say stagnation timer running. That's where we're gonna put this. And get rid of these. Don't need that. Stagnation timer running will be set and unset in the update. Okay. Okay, so if stagnation timer running, then we do that, and then yield return new wait for seconds 1f, and that should actually go above, because once that second is complete, then we can add that 1 second to the timer. So I used to RPG Maker VX Ace that when I tried to turn my character transparent in RPG Maker XP, I could not figure out how to do it. Yep. And then you searched it up and then you figured it out. That's exactly what you had to do. That's the best thing. Like this literally happens in class with my instructors. Like there's some times where they'll be like, "Yeah, there was this one thing that I learned actually just last week. Hang on, I have to look it up so that way I can show you guys." Because we're still learning new stuff all the time. And this dude's been programming like dedicatedly for 30 years. It's fantastic when you encounter people that have been in it for that long and are still learning because they are willing to admit, yeah, there's no way that like I know everything. There's so many new things all the time. So, let's see. I just realized I want to do this at a vector 2 dot down. That was the wrong spot. That was the wrong thing to change. Oh, it was here. Right. If we're stuck doing that whole infinite loop thing, it should apply force equal to half of our max velocity and spike the ball down. Want to see if it's greater than or equal to that, and then we stagnation timer equal to 0, a reset for it. Indeed. Okay. And so, should I start that on start or awake? I think I'll do it on start. Start coroutine, stagnation check. I'll have to see if it actually runs all the time or if there's more that I have to do to it, but we'll see. So now that I've moved that into the appropriate spot, let's go ahead and take it out of here. Also trying to figure out how to draw the creature in the game. It's called the Deer Man of the Rosewood Park. Trying to figure out how to draw the Deer Man. Do I draw it as a humanoid deer or a human half deer? Okay. Kinda related. Uh-oh. Please use a keyframe sequence. What? Can y'all see me? Yeah, you should be able to see me here. Because I can see me. So what the hell is this saying? Keyframes are not being what? Currently, keyframes are not being sent often enough, which can cause buffering. The current keyframe frequency is 6 seconds. Note that the ingestion errors can cause incorrect GOP, group of picture sizes. I didn't tell it to turn itself down in quality. Why did it do it? That depends on your definition of a Wendigo, which lore and terminology you're going by. This is really weird. I'm sorry that my at least it says that I'm having like issues with stream quality. But I don't know. Oh well. Let me refresh this and just hope. Yeah, it still says, it's still saying that I've got some keyframe frequency issues. I'll check that out at some other point because oh, I do see that I do have some dropped frames, 0.4%. We lagged out somewhere. Wendigo, cannibal human-like creature. Deer version is a Hollywood version. See, that again, there's different lores and terminologies and stuff, because a Wendigo is also, in other lore, a skinwalker. Not just the cannibal human, but something that actually shapeshifts. So, and that's not just a Hollywood thing, because Hollywood wound up getting stuff from all sorts of lore, different countries, different mythologies, because Hollywood didn't even exist until I think it was Universal Studios opened up in LA. They started everything. Or at least one of those big name studios started out, and that's where Hollywood became a thing. But all those legends, lore, and stuff like that have been around for thousands of years. So they just grab onto whichever ones they want, whichever ones they think would go ahead and make them a quick buck, and they monetize on the stories of the dead. I said what I said. Not that video games don't kind of do the same thing, but I'm not going to charge an arm and a leg for trying to preserve and spread the story of, a lost tribe. I like that idea. The idea of, preserving what's lost, not charging for it. But, your boy got to eat too. And I forget to do that sometimes, even though I can afford it. I just kind of forget sometimes. Kind of like what I was doing right here. We still need to test this. It was weird that it happened on our level 1, but I'm glad that it happened on level 1 and not, like, level 4, 5, or 6. So we want to say if mounted to paddle. I think one of the first things we want to do when we're mounted to the paddle is make sure that we are set to false. Oh, wait. We set that false when we're mounted to paddle. We set that true when we're not. So that will start and stop the timer, hopefully. And also, while we're in stagnation timer false time, there, code it right into the enumerator itself. So whenever the stagnation timer stops running, it'll just automatically set the timer back to its 0 point. And currently, that timer needs to count up to 3 of us being at the same elevation whenever we're not mounted to the paddle for it to do anything. I've also gotten into the habit of kind of collapsing these down a bit more, honestly. I've been enjoying collapsing them down. So I had a bad description here. By making it slightly bearably slow. Much more accurate. These are indeed for the color randomizations. I'm also going to change our range here to include that, that, and that. And the reason that I coded it like that and didn't say strictly 0 to 1 for our color ranges on red, green, and blue is really quite simple. The full color range was making it give me some really dark colors, which made me lose the ball. And I don't want to have to like create pseudo phosphorescent like emissive effects and stuff like that for this, especially on the final day of me having to deal with this with at least with the class timer on it. I honestly feel like I still am going to wind up being motivated enough to come back to this even after, you know, I'm supposed to not. And I feel like it could be that way because of how much fun I've been having with it and how I've been just constantly thinking about this and how to improve it, how to refine what's in there and what I could add to it that won't, you know, destroy it. It's kind of the thing that happens to a lot of people when they start out, because they obviously have a lot of creativity, want to get it out, and they want their thing to be, you know, recognizably different, something special. And I just kind of want mine, in this case, not to be special, but to be standard. I want my games to create a different standard where it's not going to be broken and have a bunch of issues with it that were overlooked or just weren't tested properly by developer or other testers. And I know that on smaller projects it's always going to be easier for me to test that stuff and ensure that kind of quality. I'm not out here to try and make the next big MMO, because we need a little less MMO and a little more meaningful gameplay. Because right now MMOs have even gotten to the point where it's basically become a job in reverse, or with like a reverse reward, because you're investing your time and they're not paying you for it, you're paying them for it. And a lot of it is like farming daily content once you reach like the end of the game. So if the value of the game getting up to that point was good, it's great. If the end game isn't like really engaging though, it's just a repetitive task that you're doing for the hope of some sort of meaningful reward, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, exactly what we do at regular jobs. Except they pay us, or they're supposed to. Looking at you, serving industry. A lot of strikes happening. Could be time to say, hey, America, the rest of the world doesn't have to force their servers to live on tips and making them mandatory even for people working at a basic grocery store. So I've seen grocery store things that have the self-checkout aisles, and there's a tipping thing on the self-checkout aisle. Who am I tipping? Myself? The money can stay in my wallet for that case. They're crazy out here. Anyway, games. The country's playing them. Let me tell you. We'll revert that. Good. Hey. Nice. Alright, that was level 4. That one had an issue that I had encountered. I also know that level 5 definitely had some issues. Tipping on self-checkout? How does that make any sense? Apparently it made them some sense somewhere, because they incorporated it. They sure did. And the thing is, I know some people that have like such severe anxiety that it'll overwrite their sense of like common sense, and they will actually just be like, you know what? They did a good job keeping everything stocked in the store. I'm gonna go ahead and tip anyway. It's like they're already getting, the stockers are already getting paid. and not like servant fees. Oh, there we go. Oh, I messed up all the lighting just because I sat down and okay. I didn't want to be standing anymore. I'm pretty sure there was a picture of the self-checkout tip thing that was floating around too, because there were a few places that were trying to get away with it. Right, so our color change function is called It's Not a Phase Mom. And that's working just fine. All right, we need to start testing the other things here. And also, I want to see about possibly I'm gonna try and make a script here for the camera. Let me see if I can do a thing here. Because I know in game, when we go here, what is the scale value again? Size of the game view on screen. So game view. Welcome to research mode. Matter of fact, y'all can enjoy the music there. I do pretty decently nowadays whenever I'm medicated, which, check. Yes, definite check. When I am medicated, I can keep track of things a lot easier when I don't have all the additional extra distractions that my ADHD kind of demands whenever I'm not medicated. So if I need music and background noise, or else I'm gonna start getting up and like getting fidgety and all that other stuff, then that's something that I do all the time. But once my meds really kick in for me, and or they've been active for a bit and I've mellowed out, I can kind of focus up a bit more. And as I'm saying that, I'm wondering what it is that I just lost that I'm trying to find. I'm definitely trying to find something. Oh well. Alright. Ignore that. So, let's see. Oh. Use the simulator view to preview how your built application looks on a mobile device. I might tinker with that one too before we try and release a demo, because I feel like this might also be a nice one for mobile gamers. Game view control bar. Okay. Mm-hmm. Alright, that gives me a bit of information about that. What about size of the game view on screen? That's obviously no. I have the information on that. Ah. Full screen and windowed modes, limit frame rate, set resolution. Okay, that's great. Finer control of one of 4 different screen modes. Huzzah! So that lets you bind keys to go ahead and change the thing. The screen modes being full screen, maximized window, regular windowed, and exclusive full screen. I've seen those options. I can already set those. You'll see Unity go between 4 different screen modes. That is very true. Unity changes the monitor to match the game and minimizes the game if you try and do something outside of the game, or Unity stretches the game to fit the screen. Where's the exclusive full screen? Oh no! What? Yeah, 3440 by 1440. Let's test it. Let us make a new one. $34.40 by $14.40. At scale 1, we'll play it maximized, and you guys will be able to see precisely how I have been living trying to test this game whenever I hit the build button. Behold! I don't know if that gives me the... Yeah, it doesn't give me the full screen option. But yeah, that's generally how blown out it winds up looking to me. So what I want to do is find a way to reduce the UI stuff, possibly, to 0.58. Because that's the scale where it'll show everything, I think. I'm not even on the right level. Oh, that's fine. Yeah, okay, so this is actually a more accurate representation. Because you can see that, like, I can see most of this, but then that's cut off. And then when I start the game, I have this, but I don't have at all my high score stuff. This is how I've been having to test it lately, and me trying to figure out exactly what to do to my UI to make it, you know, actually do the thing. Because if I change this aspect ratio to, there, 2560 by 1440, look at that. Almost everything else stayed the same, but the UI came back down and in. Same with the 3840. There's the full HD. That's 4K and it still shows up fine. But then if I do, bam. How the hell is the 4K? It's the height. The 1440 is too high? No, because it's fine here. No. Let's not change displays here. This is illuminating. All right, so how I need to set like a maximum. Oh, Ah. That's what it was. I knew I had seen an option like that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. We go to player. I'd like to sing about the moon and the June and the spring. Come on, sing it. Where's the native thingamabobber? Oh, is it because of the full screen window? Yeah, okay. So that's the default screen height and width that we can allow. Okay. We shall see. No, that did the QHD thing again. Curse it! That might just be on the standalone versions. Let's see. Interesante. Working with this stuff is not something that I have usually done, so I both thank y'all and apologize for not being more versed on this. This is all kind of new issues for me. I don't usually go so far as to make UI stuff. I usually wind up stalling out after making all the systems functioning the way I want them to, and then my brain decides, okay, time for me to break and take a break. And I never want to look at this again. I think water was what I was trying to find. No, it wasn't. It was my glasses. I realize it now as I'm like getting the twinges of a minor headache. Yeah, it was my glasses. That's why. That's why I took the headphones off. They were hurting my head. It's crazy when you don't understand the signals your body's sending you sometimes. I'm gonna keep this resolution control script open here on the side because I feel like I might need to find a way to enforce it in code where it will be like, hey, if anyone tries to go outside of a particular aspect ratio, if it's not within like these aspect ratios, clip it to it somehow. Probably gonna need to build this out and try it outside of the editor. Oh, that means I need to do a thing. Go here, ignore the other active projects. Y'all aren't allowed to know. All right. Scenes, 0 start menu, 1 through 6 are 1 through 6, and then 7 is script, yeah. Uh-oh. Oh, of course, my quality of life script. How could I forget? Whenever you've got like editor-based scripts, it likes to go ahead and be like, oh, hey, this is cool. Let me just, you wanted that to be in the game, right? Well, there's no editor in the game, silly. We're gonna break everything now. We're going to go back into my active builds, into Portal Pong, and ultimately into that script folder where I'm going to snatch up the quality of life script, and we're going to sneak it out and put it into my eternal conflict recode, into my miscellaneous scripts. Wonderful. Now this is going to recompile itself, get rid of all of those errors, all 5 of them, please and thank you. It's so good. It's so good. And now we can build that out and not have any problems this time, right? Excellent. All right. Well, let's give it a shot. This looks the right size. Let's hope. I like that it still has my settings from the last time I tested it. The reason it still has those settings, even though I deleted the folder that I've been exporting the build to, is that the save isn't saved within the project files itself or the game settings. It goes ahead and finds a spot in memory to store the things that the game is telling it to store, which is the high score, the 3 volume settings, which is the master volume, the music volume, and the SFX volume. And it's also storing a string. And I don't mean like Patrick Star stores a string. I mean like it's storing a string that is the result of a bool. So basically, I've already coded some surprise functionality. There's things hidden here in the main menu that won't be visible until you've beaten level 6 and sat through the credits. Also, we have to animate the credits. It's there! This build works! I'm so happy. The UI changes we made have worked. I can see this on even my screen. Oh, that was a weird 0. There you go. I think I need to have update score and update multiplier stuff on update instead. I want those to be a little bit more responsive, and I don't want the multiplier to ever actually actively hit 0 long enough for a scoring event to be wasted on it. Yeah, see, that hit 0. That was weird. Oh, wait a second. I'm also noticing that our multiplier isn't really changing. Okay, that goes up to 2. All right, we went to 200, 400. you should have already added up. Oh, you skipped multipliers. And then you went to 0. Yeah, something's wrong with our multiplier math. I consider that a game-breaking bug. So we'll go back and we'll iron through it again. Not a super big issue. That's still the wrong drive. Come on now. I'm gonna pin Portal Pong here. Pin to quick access. Thank you. Let's get rid of those files again. I keep deleting them and stuff like that, so that way the build doesn't run into any other problems, because it's already proving that it likes to snag on anything. Reduce that. I'm also going to be a little anal about this, because deleting that stuff over and over and over again is going to keep doing this. Don't need anything else slowing me down, such as an ad block update reminder. Get out of here. All right, so before we go ahead and rebuild this again, I'm going to actually tab the build settings right here. That is actually atrocious. Let's tab those build settings over here. Good enough. Music for you guys. So I don't need this resolution thing. Resolution control, be gone. We have set things up now, and it responds to and respects my choices. Which is exactly what I wanted. I feel so happy. All right. Score manager. Why aren't you scoring? Let's, what is this? Update scoreboard. Equals score to string, score is a long, and score manager, score multiplier to string, that's fine. We're not feeding any long values into the multiplier. And where is this being called, pray tell? In 65. Oh, it is being updated in update. That's awesome. So where's the other spot? Oh, it's where I declare it. Got it. I guess that works. So that means that you hit 0 for long enough to be 0 more than a frame. I don't like that. Okay. I see where I'm fucking up. This is what happens when I try and do and create math equations and stuff to calculate when I don't sleep for days on end. Damn, this music is kind of speaking to my soul, though. Hold up. Oh, mira el nombre de esto que se llama Tus Labios. Okay. No wonder it's speaking to the Latin blood. Okay. I'm just gonna sidle over and give that one an actual like. That's yo. Alright, this channel is called Base Nation. I'm actually subscribing to it right now. 2.92 million subs on that channel. Maybe it was kind of fire. Alright. Distracted again, my bad. So, our math, bad. We fix. So it's reading the value of streak tier 5, or streak tier 0, which the value of that is 5. So if our value is less than that, our score multiplier is 1. Or if our skull multiplier is less than or equal to 0, we set it to 1. I wish there were a simple way to tell the system that something cannot be equal to a 0 or negative number. But it's okay. There's probably actually a value, like a value system, almost like we explained how there's the integer value, and then there's long, which is a bigger whole number value, and then there's like, actually I think in the base coding there's long numbers, not man. We're not doing the long man. For each bounce, compare the bounce count against the preset multiplier tier thresholds. I think this might make it accidentally blow past some of the numbers. Alright. Let's see what I can alternatively come up with, shall we? I'm gonna come down here and hit that quick number, so that way we can do that. And suddenly that part is non-existent. But just in case, it's still kind of there, so that way I can jump back to it, since it was kind of functioning. I was always worried about the math for this. Let's see. For each int threshold in streak tier, instead of iterating through each one in there, we're just gonna do a for each, and the score would be equal to what, the threshold? No. Score multiplier equal to gets the index of the component on it. Oh, that's on its parent. Nope. Not for that. What about streak tier dot get not value. I don't want your value. Get enumerator? No. Let me get rid of get and see what we find. What if I index? No? Problem. Hmm. What is rank? Hmm. Oh wait, the threshold is... No. The threshold is the actual number that the bounce is supposed to be compared against. So it's bounce, not score multiplier here. Greater than or equal to the threshold. Then the score multiplier should be equal to... I need to... Let's see if there's a way for me to try to get the... Oh, Jesus. I don't want those. Damn it. Indeed there is not. That's... I think this is why I was using the I. I think now I understand. Yeah. Unfortunate. I'll have to try and make this one work, because my brain's not comprehending the other one. Although I feel like there is a way for that one to work, it's just, like, not clicking in my head. Also, I gotta go to the bathroom. I'm a little distracted by that. Be right back. Bear with me. Getting old sucks. Luckily, we're in an age where they can fit metals into these things and basically like an ice pack. That's why it's kind of thick. Yeah, it's nice and cold. Alright. So we still need to try and make this work. So we're using I as a way to grab the index. I can deal with that. Okay. Get value of index I. Oh, wait a second. Why does that not work? Cannot be operands of int and object. Wait. The streak tier isn't an object list. It's an int list. Why can't I get the value of that integer? Everything here is an int. Monsters. I is less than the max tier. I don't think we needed the max tier -1. Yeah, if you're less than our max tier, then your multiplier is only as far as that. But if that is equal to our max multiplier tier -1, yeah. No, wait, that was right, because the maximum multiplier tier is... these multiplier tiers include 0. So then what is causing us to hit 0? Wait a minute. The ball doesn't have anything that would set that, right? Bounce count 0. Report to the score manager. Reset score. That's fine. Undo score. That's for retrying a level if you lose. Where do I have... Report ball drop. Score multiplier. Okay, so we automatically are setting the score multiplier there. If scoreboard's already being updated like that... Bounce count 0 makes sense. Toggle mounted state makes sense. The resets and everything else makes sense. Thing that doesn't make sense here is whatever would have made it drop down. I unfortunately still think that is the best bet. The ball drops. We set the multiplier to 1. Same thing we would do here if the Pong bounce count is less than the streak tier. Ow. Let's see, did I play any games during the school semester so far? The school semester has only been 2 weeks long, so no, I haven't really. I've barely even been playing my like standby games like Dead by Daylight or I was playing Diablo 4 for a little bit, and as soon as the semester kicked on, I just kind of shifted gear completely into working on stuff. Sometimes I'll manage to get a match or two in before I go to bed in the wee hours of the morning, but it's not much. And aren't I almost done with this? Yes, I was, but I keep finding tiny little errors that I cannot in good conscience ship this with. But today's going to be the last day I can work on it, because I have to submit it tonight. And I would much rather submit something that's functioning the way I want it to than anything that's entirely too fancy. So rather than worrying about, now that I have the UI working right, which is kind of an important thing, now I need to make sure that what I have existing works. I don't even care if my level 6 is completely functional the way I want it to be, because I still haven't gotten to level 6. I created it. I've never gotten to play it. And I have a credit scene that needs to be animated, which I might just fucking chop that off. Because literally I'm the only one that's going to be on that credit list, and everything else that I've used in this has been royalty-free after I've purchased most of it. The ones I've purchased become royalty-free, and then everything else that I found was royalty-free. So there's really no one to credit except myself, but out of, you know, good conscience, I made sure to keep track of where I got a lot of the assets, and I included it in the credits, so I kind of want to do that. My current problem is that our pop-up score and our scoreboard are showing us that our multiplier hits 0 sometimes and rewards our player thusly with 0 points for certain, you know, bounces. So that kind of invalidates the player and what they're trying to do. I don't like that. They won't like that. So I need to figure out what it is, and it's not a problem with our pop-up, because the score multiplier is also telling us that it hit 0. And yet whenever it goes to 0, if it is less than or equal to 0, then it has to be 1. But for some reason, it does still wind up becoming the thing. Maximal tiers. Oh, so you didn't need them. Alright, that's fine. Go to next. Yeah, there's nothing next for you to take me to. There you go. So if the bounce count is equal to the streak tier multiplier located at the maximal tier -1, then our score multiplier should be equal to the... I don't think we need I there. We don't need I there. I think that might be the thing. Because if 0 times 2 and then take... Yeah, okay. So it may have been this. Which means I'll need to also do the same down here. Streak tier multipliers. Yes. Yes. That's fine. That's fine. I is less than that. That's fine. But then here we want this to be max mult tier times 2. Okay. I was going to say, why would it possibly hit 0? Hitting 0 is done by multiplying something by 0. Which then the game starts to freak out because it knows that whenever it hits 0, it's supposed to set that multiplier to 1. But it also knows that while it's iterating through this, if the bounce count is equal to a certain amount, then it needs to go ahead and do the thing. So it was at the max bounce count, so it should have been doing this, but since I can sometimes equal 0 while it's iterating through the blocks, it goes ahead and says, oh yeah, let me just put in 0 right here. Okay, I think that was the issue. And I want to check on level 6 and see if certain things are in order just in case, but I'm going to do it on a different scene. That's right. You don't get any spoilers. Especially those of y'all that might be here that are my testers. I don't want y'all getting spoilt. Alright, we're looking at their local transforms now, right? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Nope, not do that. W. George W. Bush. Bop, bop. Okay, so what if I negative that? No. What if I negative your other value? Do you... Oh, okay. Are you just not willing to rotato? Okay. Rotato. You don't get to see what's rotatoed. Okay. Everything else seems in place and in order. Save that level. Actually, I should probably go through these real quick. I just realized I need to go through these. Stupid dummy quick. Because, yep, that's right. some of the equipment, like the ball, since it was put there before we made any adjustments to the main thing, it is, you know, changing itself. Okay. That works. This is a copy of the exact thing that had an issue before. Yeah, that's right. That's what I thought. And your copy down here. Mm-hmm. You were gonna try and ruin me, weren't you? That was your goal the entire time. Row of bricks copy 2. What? What's wrong about you? You're so good. Okay. That should cover those at the very least. And none of these. Oh. Oh, yeah, no, those definitely would have caused an issue. And, yep, these two. Oh, boy. So glad that I'm looking through this right now. Holy shit. Really? Why am I doing this to people on level 6? Oh, I know why I'm doing this to people on level 6. I'm protecting the unlockable mode. But don't tell them about the unlockable mode. The unlockable mode is our little secret. Although I do feel like I should do a little courtesy whenever I finish coding this up. At least as far as this specific level goes. Let me make sure that not a single one of these is outside of the range of what they're supposed to be and what they're supposed to do. And then we will return to the regular scene. Okay. These are all good now. Save. Get away from level 6. Get away. Alright. Furthest I've gotten is level 4. I know I just returned the scene back, but I'm actually going to get back up again. I'm not going to put you on. I'll be right back. I want you to know that I'm coming back quick. All right. So that should fix our score issue. I've just double checked the vigorously rough level 6. I should probably double check this level 5. Oh, you're also using the brick configuration. That would have been an issue. All of those were tier 2s? Yeah. Yeah, all right, cool. I'm just going to drop down all of these so that way I stop doing the whole bouncing around in the hierarchy, which y'all don't even see because I'm like in an area that you can't see. Bad. Aha. So all of these were the bad one? And now all of these is the good one. Just realized I can just individually pop through them, and it will tell what their health value is, and if they were higher than the array value that they are allotted, then it should automatically reset it to an accepted value within the range. Awesome. Okay. Level 5, verified, good. Just want to go through here again. We can consider these like the final checks because I've already checked the UI. So we know that when it launches the game now as a standalone executable file, the UI is scaled properly, even on a monitor like mine, which is such a blessing right now, because it was it was honestly hard for me to test this, seeing, knowing that there were things that were off screen that should have been on screen for me. So knowing that the UI is now set up in a way that is functional and happy and good for me, I'm good. There are still things that I need to test on it, which is basically things like if I lose, I need to hit retry and make sure that it restores my old score value instead of keeping my the score value earned throughout the game that I lost. Because that's something that you're going to want to, rein in from players, because if you make your game based on like a high score chasing, beat your high score, then what's the point of that if they can just lose a level that is generally relatively easy? Something like this that's got a lot of bricks just in a pattern with only 2 of these guys, keep losing this stage over and over, and if the score didn't like reset back to what it was when you first started the level, then it would just keep on cumulatively stacking until you win, and then it would apply that score that you've been racking up to your high score. I realized that that was not the way to go. Hmm. Although, idea. I did do that, didn't I? That's a shame. I intermixed these too much. I did. I'm not going to be able to rotate them appropriately. So, it's kind of nuts if I neg 180 that. Put that up here. Grab the other two and bring them down just a little bit. Shift it over. And then I'm going to kind of, that's right. They're all kind of intermixed. Ah, yes. Blessed symmetry in their gaps. Good enough. I was gonna say, it sounds like the royalty-free audio stopped. I got to the end of a 54 song playlist. Back to the beginning. So the reason I'm doing this is because I did also notice that this stage, because it had the flat bottom that was kind of closer to the paddle, it was a rough one to get through because you just kind of kept on resetting the ball accidentally just because of the way things were like tied in and constrained there. This is still going to be kind of relatively tied in and constrained, but you should have a little bit more variety with this. Also, it's only half a unit away from that door, but it's a unit and a half away from that one. So let's shift everything over just slightly so that way it is more centered. That is technically centered for the level, not where that line is. I know, it's really weird. That is level 4. Verified brick by brick. Level 3 shouldn't have even had any. We've already done level 3. Oh wait, this was level 3. Level 2. Which we made sure that it didn't have any of the problems already. But we can just be thorough. I know it doesn't have the problems because I already played this level and it worked, but just in case it reverted anything, can occasionally happen if you Alt-Z too much too fast. I can be a little twitchy with the undo. Everything's fine there, and we know everything's fine here. Credits. I think I'm just gonna give them the idols. Right? Yikes, you need -1, +1. Yeah. You also need that +1. And these two things are going to be... Let me see what your idle looks like right now. Okay, so you are in the correct direction as well. And our canvas is going to make it... Oh my god. There we go. I still need to change words and letters on this. All 3 of these are going to have that one, right? Does that give it the... Yeah, it does. Let's take a look at these. Have those out. Okay, that's fine. It's fine. That's the music. And then the separate sounds. This also needs to be of the correct... There you go. And then we need to change up how that's kind of centered there. And we can change the line spacing. That right there. So let's say that at negative 45. The rest should be good. That one go down a little bit. Fine. That one all the way down. Wonderful. I need to see where these portals actually wind up like appearing, looking like they're appearing. Okay. That's where that one goes. This one is there at the bottom. Hang on. Oh yeah, no, that's we have to do a little something something for this purple. Yeah, even though the Y isn't accurate, that X needs to be. Also gonna drop you 2 pixels. I don't like weird numbers like that. 0.75. Alright, so now these two should be somewhat more simpatico. Even with a rotation. And next is to measure that distance, but canvas-wise. So or I can world space that ish. Set it all to the zeros. And then we... Ooh. By the way, this is technically how we created our health bar. We turned it into a world space UI element, and then we slapped it up onto the slider as a child object. Alright. So this is now instantiated in world space, which means that its movements and stuff are going to be a bit easier. We can still keep the Z scale at 1, and this is honestly... Is it too much? Yep, looks like it just needs to be that. Alright. I don't mind it. That's the most accurate? That's the most accurate. So, I would want... You're not going to move. The blackout panel's not going to move. But these would. Where are you positioned for them to appear from? I want your idle. Don't do that to me. I really feel like this does still need to be moved over. Okay. And then we go over here and look at our idle for that. Good to know. That means that this needs to also be pushed forward a bit. Let's see this again. Let's see this again. If setting you to like -5 doesn't do it, then that means that it's a different sort of problem. It's a different sort of problem. That's fine, that's fine. What if we do this? Would you still be in the way? No, you wouldn't. Awesome. Okay. Got that. Purple one is just as fine. Right. Right. Oh, it does block out words. That's fine. Wait a minute. If I duplicate that, set this one to -1. And then this one, I cut its Y scale in half. So if I play this one, it'll look emaciated and thin. Aha. I may have wanted to thin it out in the other direction. All right. Change that back to 30. Yeah. But this, make that 50. Yeah. That's the stuff right there. And then this one, that is the one in the background. Probably a little too far in the background, huh? Where's my actual background here? Oi, get all the way into the -10 space, please. Thank you. What the hell back there? Okay. Now that that's been handled, we should be good. Event system using the old events. Yeah, I know. So I actually put a camera in this scene and an event system so the camera would work, just so that way I can see and do all this and get it all set up properly and be able to check it over here. But once I'm done, I have to get rid of those. Hold up. Play that funky idol. And that should be the one on top. Small goes top. Large on bottom. So that'll make it so that way our words that come out of the portals can go ahead and travel up here like they're traveling through. Because all of these are going to be on like level 0, or not level 0, but you know what I mean. Cool. No event camp. Oh, there was the order in the layer shit. I could have done it that way. Oh well. Okay, so these should now be using the regular positional scale, right? So if I want this to come up, it would be to about here. That's a 400 traversal. Okay. Quick script. Script. Call that credits control. Get all up in here. Alright, so on start, this will take the owner of whatever this is. This dot game object. Dot transform dot translate. Vector2 dot up. Let's see, what were your overloads again? I could look that up. Overloads. Transform, translate. One unit per second. Upward in world space by 1 unit per second. Okay, yeah, so... That is the exact command I'm looking for. Now I just need to tie it into either the updates or what? I need the world space position of something. Yeah. What is your actual positioning though? Layout properties. Weird preferred width and height. That's fine. Why? Those are relative positions. They're absolutely relative positions to the main UI. And then the main UI's position information is set at 0, 0, 0, so nothing is actually moving in the main UI, which is at a 0.01 scale of what it should be, or what it would naturally be. Okay. All right. Let me do a thing. Let me get rid of these. Let me create some variables. Basically just serializing fields for private game objects. And these are just going to be for references. Oh, wait, or transform. No, game object. Yeah. Scripting cred. Level cred. Asset cred. Let's give ourselves some street cred. No, I don't need it. We ain't for that. Not anymore. And I also want a reference to the transform position of our credits label. So on start, we want to first get the vector2 of our credit label, which is going to be equal to the get component dot transform get component in parent transform and the parent is going to be the parent of any of those game objects. So we're just going to, for simplicity, scripting cred dot position. So it'll get the transform of the parent of our credit label, which is that Portal Pong credits, and it'll return that position as the vector2 that we will call credit label. And then we'll have to start a coroutine that we're going to call credit scrolling. Private IE numerator. See how it's just, oh, hey, you actually auto-added it this time instead of asking me permission as the only thing that you would ask permission for. Now you're just full on doing what you want. When machines rule. Alright. So we create the enumerator for credit scrolling. And we're going to say if scene manager dot get active scene is friggin' dot name is equal to different command. I still need the scene information, but I need to find out when to do something specifically. I really want to learn how to use these delegates and these call-outs properly. I use them every now and again, but with limited understanding. The current number of scenes, the number of loaded scenes, that doesn't help me. Number of scenes in build settings, again, does not help me. No, we're just gonna say, while true. If for each it's rough. I hate writing enumerators. Rather, I hate writing coroutines. Or those are for left and right. That's right. Crap. I don't know if these things can have a rigid body, can they? They can have a rigid body 2D. That's insane. Make them dynamic, make sure they don't have any drag, and make sure that they don't have any gravity. Discrete, never sleep. Rotation is frozen, and the x-axis should be frozen for all of those. Okay. Because the y-axis is what's going to change across all of them. But then the credits label. Okay. And yet, if we were to bring that to right around here. Okay. So honestly, if I tell the script that if any of those three things are at a y value greater than 200, hopefully, that should be enough. Let's see. We're doing something else. Sir, you better add that. We'll get rid of that. I'm not going to get rid of that just yet. I can get rid of the management because we're not going to use the Unity scene management. Let's also get rid of these two. Credit label is going to be equal to, or doesn't really matter which one of those it's going to be, but let's go ahead and make a new list anyway. and you can be the parent. The credit label can be assigned as the transform component in the parent of credits to roll 0. So the very first thing in that index will have its parent set as the credits to roll, which all three of the things that are going to be in there are going to be that. This is at 188. Yeah, 200 is definitely like the fade out point that I want. So fixed update instead, because fixed update is used for physics stuff. Physics, frame rate, etc. And I'm going to say if, or rather for each game object and credits to roll, if credit dot transform dot position is hang on. Not that one. Represents the separation or overlap of two collider 2D. No, they don't have colliders. And I don't like the visual scripting thing. I don't know what that is actually referencing. So we're going to go ahead and create a variable, private one. Actually, we didn't need to serialize the credit label here. Be gone. And private, please stop doing that. Load. Sense to portal. Update for each. Hang on, I need to double check something. I might be doing a dumb. Okay, yeah, I can. Cool, that's all I needed. So for each game object, the credit and credits to roll. That. So this first one is going to be to figure out their distance. I have no bool that I can set on them. That's unfortunate. is. Equal to the credit label dot trans. Oh wait, actually. It's a vector too, though. What's your issue? Oh my god, really? But it's getting the position, not the Here's what I'm gonna do. You want to be a pain in the ass? Do that. Do that. Do that. Do an undo because I didn't want to hit enter, and then do that. How do you still have issues with... Oh, please tell me it's because of this. No, okay, it wasn't because of that. What is your problem? Float, float, and vector. Such a pain in the ass sometimes. So if a vector 2 made out of our x position and y position for our little individual credit game object is equal to the credit label, which is the vector 2 position that we are going to... wait. And then... .x pseudo credit label .y, and we can say new vector 2 made out of those, and we can say that this is all in the efforts to make credit label. Because I want to take these and say minus 200 on the y. So by putting that minus 200 on the y, check these. Actually, technically, we only need to know if reddit.transform.position.y is greater than or equal to credit label.y. Checking that. Once it is, we tell it to private void teleport to bottom. And then we go ahead up here and say teleport to bottom. We give the credit that needs to be teleported down, and then we do a credit to teleport dot transform dot position is equal to, we need to store their original positions too. Fuck. That was bad. Back. Credit. Which credit? Credit 1 Y. Excellent. Now we can do a credits to roll 0 dot transform dot position dot Y, and that would be credit 1 Y equal to that. Okay. It should understand what I want after that. Credit 2Y equals credits to roll 1.transform.y, and then, all right, so it doesn't understand what I want. Credits to roll, but dot transform dot position dot y. Wonderful. So we get all those at the very start. And we'll set a little bool that says ready. Ready to roll. Which is naturally equal to false when we load in, but only after it has gone through these will it say ready to roll is true, and therefore precisely. You can also put that here if ready to roll only. Because I want this to do its thing. No ifs. We just want this to... I forgot to grab the rigid body. Giggity. Private rigid bot. I did the capitalization thing again. That would have gone bad. Set RB. May as well get that in awake instead. Honestly. I want to get those there. And rigid body component there. We get that, we set ready to roll, and whenever we're ready to roll is when it'll start looking out for their locations and measuring their distances between one another. Oh yeah, the distance to portal. Don't need that anymore. And now if ready to roll, we're just literally going to tell this to have all of its things, do a RB dot velocity is equal to vector 2 dot up times time dot delta time. So credit to teleport transform dot position should be transform dot position dot y should be equal to, oh shit, technically they don't need to go back to their original spots. Let me see about sending them to credit 2. That's right. Elevation to change is equal to and then we'll say that the elevation to change is equal to that, and then we say they are the same, aren't they? Oh, apparently not. But hopefully saving the game object's transform position Y didn't just save. How does my teleport do it? That's a good question. Is that why I have all the fucking checks in here? That definitely is why I have all the checks here. This was the roundabout way I had to go about doing this. And then the teleporter itself would go ahead and have the logic for getting it out of here, right? What are the tentacles around me for? Because it's spooky season. It's Halloweenish. The whole UI has a bunch of like spooky, creepy stuff that happens. I enjoy it. Let's take a look at that teleportation logic. Ball to teleport. Yeah, okay. And then we okay. Okay. So that's the ball itself. And then you change the position. Got it. I know why it's being a pain in the ass. Alright. So we want to say that credit to teleport dot transform dot position is equal to new vector 3 of credit to teleport dot x, well, transform dot position dot x credit to y and a Zulu value of 1. So in fixed update, it should go ahead and move any and all of our credits up. And if we do not, Wait, it said unnecessary assignment. What do you mean? Is it because we don't use it? Okay, why not? One, two, three, four. That's all four. You didn't change anything else, right? Good, you didn't. There is an unnecessary assignment to credit there. I also made a derp. I put a rigid body on the main canvas. Didn't I? No, I put it on each of these. Oh, good. Which means that we can't set this RB value there. We can get rid of that. Because instead we're going to set it here. And say that I dot get component. God damn it. I'm an idiot. That's how you get the actual thing. That's why we didn't need that. So, dot get component rigid body 2D dot, oh, I forgot parentheses, dot velocity. Okay, now I should be able to add this script just to this. And then the credits to roll will be 1, 2, 3. That'll be credit 1, credit 2, credit 3. And now, for me, the only true way to test this is to play the goddamn game. All the way through. Or to attempt to. We're just going to do a few tests here in the last bits, because I'm only going to be on for like another hour. As in, I'm getting off of the stream within an hour. What else did I want to do here? Things to add before we give this another run through. Let's go to our start menu scene first and foremost, and also I wanted to go to the Pong ball. Take a quick look-see here. This is that emulated copy of that. I am thinking of just disabling this one altogether. And I would like to... We're going to go into Photoshop for a quick sec. And there's a reason for it that you shall see. Oh, I hear my external hard drive going a little nutty. Probably because we have that saved there. Alright, so we have that. Going to open up a new file. Actually, no, we're not. We're going to close that out. So what we're going to do is we're going to find... There we go. Ah! Not that one. I want the others. The other fancy ones. One of those is a dot, one of those is a bonus button. Okay. Where's the dot? It had to have opened up somewhere. Perchance not. Okay. So, button 0. Ooh, actually, we can hit it with a button 1. Yeah. Why won't you let me maximize anymore? There you go. You freaked out, and you're on a different monitor. Oh boy. Okay. I'm gonna put this here, so that way I can drag this over, and we should be able to see what we're adding to our area here. I want to put bonus button. Bam. And I want to do an image size change. Oh, wait a minute. Fit to, there we go. A little auto resolution here. Those are presets actually. Hmm. 217 by 220. Damn. 106.5. That would be 323, about 324. By 330. Ugh. Set that back. Set it back. Okay. Now that we've changed the size on that, I would like to get the ball. Actually, technically, I want to go ahead and get that fancy part that was that I also have on there. Where are you? Yeah, you. Ah. Cool. Set that there. And what, is that locked? No. It was just not obeying the way I wanted it to. Do this, do this. Maybe just a little less here. Okay. Now, I'm going to take this, and I'm going to export that as a quick PNG, and I want to call this one afterimage.png. Close out the project. It's not really needed at this point. There we go. After image. Now the reason I have after image is because I want to do something. I'm going to need to go to one of the levels to do it, so that way I have frame of reference. And what we're going to do is we're going to go ahead and check out that after image by creating an empty. Hit a sprite renderer. Actually going to hit this with one of our translucent builds. With a sprite of after image. Now, where are you located? Oh, wow. Oh, yeah, no, I definitely jumped up the size of that more than I thought I did. 0.5, 0.5. .25. Yeah, there it is. Jesus. All right. So that's there. Oh wait, where's the actual like regular speed blur? Yeah, we don't want it to do that. Negative 7.31. Should be because nice. We have that, and let's go ahead and dump a quick script on that. Or the script shall be speeding ball. So this, when it instantiates, is going to probably get a reference to the player that instantiated it. Or no, that's not needed per se, huh? Instead, we're going to say, let's put some tunables on here first. Serialize field, and we're going to say that this is live timer, life timer. Serialize another field and say, do we need to serialize another field? I don't think so, actually. We just need it to know when to spring to life and die. Which means, technically. And the ball doesn't have any animations. It just kind of needs to exist and fade. Hmm. On start, it'll run a nothing. I still can't think of anything that this actually is needed for. Never mind. Get rid of that script. Fuck it. Don't save any changes to it, especially since it's now gone. I want to instead just do it on the Pong ball by adding a serialized it'll be up here. Serialized field. Space it out by 2 pixels so that way it doesn't overcrowd and get lost in a jumble of other words. Private game object after image prefab. Cool. And if I go into update, if rb.velocity.magnitude is greater than 13, we're going to set a bool speeding is equal to true. Else speeding equals false. Oh yeah, I totally forgot that we still haven't even checked on the stagnation check coroutine, so we don't even know if that works right. I really need to stop doing this. There's the speeding check, and we want it to not check. I just want it to be speeding. While speeding, I want to instantiate, actually, hang on. Equals instantiate after image prefab transform quaternion dot identity dot position. God damn it. I didn't tell it to do right, and it just wanted to do it, and now we go ahead and put transform again, so that way it recognizes that it's parented to the ball. I want it parented to the ball. What if I don't? We're not going to parent it to the ball. And then after image, 0.5 F. Yield, return, new, wait for seconds, 0.25 F, and we don't want to say while speeding, we're just going to say if speeding. Ah. I was wondering why it was weird. I'm saying, hey, you're missing something. Like, you lied to me. Something's red. Why is something red? It's not a phase. There's the collisions. There's a lot of stuff running on this. Oh, there's the red. It's a goddamn thing. Okay. Breakpoint. Else. Okay. I am in dire need of testing of certain things, such as taking this speed blur and dropping it into prefabs. Now we go to our Pong ball and we make sure to drop speed blur. No. Wrong spot. After image prefab. Let me revert that. Everything else here should be fine. I also forgot to finish checking if anything else needed reversion in the other scenes. I checked all the bricks and spaced out on everything else. Pong ball here seems fine. Paddle is fine. Level 3. Pong ball, fine. Paddle, fine. 4. Pong ball, good. Paddle, good. 5. Paddle, good. And pong ball, good. Mysterious level 6. Pong ball, fine. Everything else fine. Start menu. Let's go into build settings, and even though I could just play it through the thing, I want to see how it will look built, because at this point in time, at this juncture, when it's almost 9:30 and this is due at midnight tonight, it's time for me to start playing it. Okay. Let's see how it handles. No after image produced properly. I see it right there. I'm gonna have to get rid of it. I thought it would be a simpler matter to try and give it a nice little visual element. But that one's not really doing what I want it to. Especially since it's not self-deleting, it's just kind of there. Although I am very happy with the color differences now that I've gone ahead and changed the dynamics of certain colors. You know, honestly, I think I needed to go ahead and set the maximum to be lower than 1. I just remembered that black is all colors, whereas white is the absence of color. So if I wanted it to be brighter, I needed to limit how much of each color gets introduced into the palette. So brighter ball equals limiting the it's not a phase bomb function, causing the color changes. Oops. Come on. Come on. All right. It wants to be funny today. Wow, Google's on Chromium service or program Google Chrome is failing while the Chromium system for Microsoft Edge Opera are beating it out by allowing to go full screen on YouTube. I swear, I just hit a brick that was technically gone. That's crazy. That happens too often, I'll need to come up with another method, but so far everything else seems fine. Well, they're all based off Chromium, so it's just a matter of which team is implementing it better. I know that that on the Brave browser, it's not a Chromium based one, so I can't use stuff there, but I know that with I don't know about Google Chrome specifically, but when I was using Opera GX, I was able to do picture-in-a-picture mode, so that way I could watch stuff while I was actively gaming. So if I was having a really boring game, I could just sit there and have my YouTube videos playing. It was nice. Not necessarily something that I need in my browser, but I can definitely understand the want for it. The only reason that I need Chromium browsers is because Chromium browsers are the ones that these captioning services run off of. So if it's not a Chromium browser, it's not going to function properly for the captions that I use, the live captioning services. Also, I noticed that the scoring has been kind of fixed from the 0 problem, so it's not giving us 0 values anymore. But it is still kind of not going as high of a multiplier value as I want it to go. It might just be that I'm bad and not hitting my multiplier limits here. I don't want to get hit by that because even though this is like a starter level, like this is the reason that I split everything up from being one level that had everything in it, is that it was all pretty overwhelming with having 4 doors and 2 stationary cannons, a mobile cannon, and then bricks to break. It was a lot thrown in all at once, which is almost to be expected from a rapid level design where you just have an idea and you need to get it out as quickly as possible. You don't really typically think about taking the time to ease someone into the mechanics. You just think about how best can I display these mechanics for my peers to make them. It looks like 6 is as high as our multiplier is wanting to go. I also realized that my scoreboard's number values are still using the old font. It's using the Monster Fantasy font. And I never built that boost button. I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of the quickly and hastily created after image blur. That's something that I might try and create at another time. So that way, whenever the ball goes fast, it leaves like a little trail of like 3 copies of itself that fade away kind of quickly from the bottom one up. But I need to refine how to do that a little bit better. And that is also like a visual element that isn't entirely needed. It was entirely like just something that I wanted to do on the side. I'm glad to see that the multiplier is now properly applying to the space cannons, so you actually get your bounce count tallied in whenever you hit them. The ones that are in motion are worth full points, while the ones that aren't in motion, like the stationary ones that you won't see until level 4, those only give you half the points, because it's not as difficult to hit something that's stationary. Ooh! So as much as I always hate receiving this as an answer, it's gonna be the truest thing, is that when you are playing this level, the key is actually legitimately patience. Just because the ball's moving fast, you had a good multiplier and you don't want to lose it, it's either you lose the multiplier and risk a slightly lower high score, or you choose to take a hit that will diminish your overall health, which carries over throughout the game. So you're either going to be going through the rest of the game gimped with less overall chances to get hit and survive, or you just give up your multiplier. That's the choice. And that's why patience kind of comes into play, because if you... Yeah, buddy. Because if you try and speed through it, and you worry about just trying to keep your multiplier up and just like focusing so hard on the ball that you don't pay attention to the space cannons that are flying around and dropping deadly lasers on you, then it might be a little bit of a GG, a good game, or a GO, not a game object, but a game over. Oh, the door! The door! It did me in. See, before that would have almost completely stopped that ball. Aw, spiked down. Nice. That door opened in the perfect time. This is why I was saying that like a boost could also be beneficial if you like notice that a door is like coming up and you have that split-second reflex to go ahead and hit the space bar and your cooldown is up. You can go ahead and boost the ball. That sounds like a fun one. And or boost the ball to get to you before the lasers do. That's another opportunity. There's a lot of ways to use it. I just haven't implemented it yet. That's another thing that can happen. I'm sure you noticed that the ball fell to the bottom right and then it popped back up. If the door is still actively dropping, there's a chance that the door can save your ball before it's gone. No! Ooh! Nice, nice, nice. Oh. I lost my place on that one. So I'm not sure if this new configuration is better than the former problematic one. I very nearly ate like 3 different bullets on... Oh, the iframes! I forgot to give iframes for when we get hurt. Don't worry, I'll add those. Ooh! Nice. Okay. Ah! There. Laser off. Laser off. Double laser off. Damn it. It's starting to happen where I'm getting, like, I want to clear the level, and now I'm starting to do slip-ups, like not paying attention to where they're firing and where I am in relation to those lasers. Hey y'all, I just realized that the game audio hasn't been picking it up because it's not in the editor anymore. My bad, you guys. I am so sorry. Let's go to game audio here and say, yeah, no longer on that Unity EXE. Now let me go back to Unity. That. You should be able to now. Yeah, there we go. I'm so sorry that y'all have been sitting here in silence. Meanwhile, I'm sitting here listening to the music, getting into it, listening to the bounces and all that. I'm so sorry. I got stuck. That's something that can happen. I have tested it so that way you can't actually, like, go beyond the portals and, like, yeet yourself out into the oblivion where you can't see. But you can still get stuck. That was so close. I almost just absolutely ate that laser. Ooh, the timing. The timing just finally got me a hit. It has been a while since I heard that pleasant ding. Turn off. Yeah, buddy. This way. Go through, go through, go through. Melt through. Oh no. It was good for a while. Come on. Maldito sea. No, no. Welcome to the world of tomorrow, where portals are regular. Oh no. It's okay. Our physics will eventually get us to where we need to be. Do the thing. Where's a Julie when you need her? Hang on. Did I just teleport through the doors? If I did, that's a minor thing, but Still not something I want happening too often. Although, almost more desirable than having the audio go crazy for multiple teleportations overlapping. Yeah? Come on. Bro, this... It's a game about portals, not edging. Hit the damn... Please. Please. Permission granted. Just touch it. Just touch it just once, please. Actually, twice. I need you to touch it twice. Do it. Oh, one more. Go back. I took another hit. Oh no. I only have 2 health left. I wasn't exactly sure how that bounce was gonna play. Oh, okay. Final Fantasy 16 is now on PC. Am I gonna get it? Maybe. I might. Oh, wow, we got some dropped frames. I'm sorry. Welcome to... What is this? Level... This is level 3, right? It should be now. Oh, no, wait. This isn't 3. This is 4. Yeah, this is level 4. Also, we're turning down the music. This is the song that was kind of part of it throughout the entire development process, and I'm tired of it. Ooh, boy. Oh, come on. Just hit the blue one right there. Good. Yeah, I haven't kept up with Final Fantasy news, mainly because I still haven't played the rest of the Final Fantasy VII Remake. It's something that I've been wanting to play, and I played the first release of it, and I played that off-stream back when I was still active duty in the Army, because Final Fantasy VII was so pivotal in, like, a lot of how I viewed morality, how I viewed, you know, the importance of friends and those around you. Damn it! It did a lot for me. Oh, wait, that's right, I can retry. Let me try. Oh, no, okay. So on retry doesn't unpause the game. Either that or it's just frozen, but I think it might be... No, the music's still playing, so it's not frozen. It's literally just timescale 0. Fuck, that's another game breaker. So let me go into my resources, go into my Pong persistence, check canvases, go to the lose screen, check lose on retry. Yeah, see, there it is. So we're going to take this, we're going to add the pause manager, and then go under the pause manager functions and go to unpause game. It's unfortunate that that happened that way. I would have liked to continue my streak. Alright, that was on the lose screen. Do I have anything messed up on the win screens? Next level, obviously that one works. That's fine. That's fine. Yeah, I get it. Yeah, the pause manager unpause was there for the next level on that, but it wasn't on my lose screen. It's done. What was the other thing that I was pointing out that had issues? Iframes. Pong player. Private IE numerator invuln I'm just gonna say iframes on hit. It'll be if we're gonna make that a private bool up here. Private bool protected. Oh man. Player protected. If player protected, as in if the player is not protected, then we will go ahead and set player protected to true. Yield return new wait for seconds, and we're going to say we're going to add a serialized thing up here. Serialized field. Private float iframe time. And we're going to set that currently equal to 1f, even though 1 second sounds like a lot for iframe time. So we'll wait for iframe time, and then after that we will hit a player protected equals false. And now up here, if current health is greater than 0, and actually, hang on. Let me just encapsulate all this first. So that way I can if player protected. Oh, the music stopped. No, I paused the music, that's right. If, oopsie daisy, as in if player oopsie daisies, if player protected is not true, we do damage. Which means whenever player protected is true, we don't take damage. But after we do this here, we need to go ahead and make sure that we start coroutine. Iframes on hit. And then on the else, wait, this was for, right. If the player is protected, then we stop coroutine. Iframes on hit. While true, though, I want to... Oh, do you not? Shit. Alright, we'll keep it as a part of the main thing here. Actually, I think I can do it somewhere else. Possible flicker, maybe? If player protected, where's our sprite renderer for player? Pong? Pong? And a few things have a sprite renderer on it. Cool. That's awesome. I'm not going to put a color toggle. I can't be bothered with it right now. Because I should be stopping stream in 9 minutes, and I have yet to wind things down for that. So at least at the very least, we have put an iframe timer in here. I need to get rid of the Pong balls after image, along with the speeding timer. Goodbye speeding. Goodbye speeding. Goodbye variables and controls for speeding. Alright. I will probably come up with and refine that idea again later on. I'm probably going to have to go scene by scene and make sure that it doesn't have those things anymore. That sucks. Pong ball. Make sure you don't have things. Good. Pong ball. Make sure you don't have things. Let's scroll in all the way so that way we don't see anything that we're not supposed to. Pong ball, okay. 3. Pong ball, good. 4. Pong ball, good. 5. Pong ball, good. 6. Pong ball is good. Start game. Alright, so that's gone. The things are okay. Boost button. Yeah. Yeah. Not supposed to be a bool, you're supposed to be a void. Input manager dot instance dot let me take a look at launch triggered, because I think that's just checking out the button that I have set for launch triggered. That would be under scripts, manager, input manager. Get rid of that and that because they were never supposed to be in here. This is one of my templated things, and it never used those. Thank you. Lord. Okay. We have move, launch ball. That's the name of the action. Okay. Which means that launch ball, Pong player, find action map, find action, launch ball, which should be just the space bar, which means that finding out if it's performed is as simple as knowing if the space bar has been pressed. Okay. So that is the correct thing I'm looking for. If triggered and... because I'm pretty sure I have launch ball here. Oh wait, I put boost ball here. That's crazy. So technically I can just clip what I started here. Be gone. We already have ball boost down here. Placeholder for possible mechanic. Oh, fuck yeah, it is. But I think it starts in the player, right? Looks like it. Yeah, there it is. Input manager, launch triggered. If ball, check if mounted. That's if it's positive. Else... oh my god. And you added a new thing to my thing! I'm gonna have to go through my settings at some point and make sure that I turn off all of the auto input stuff. And slowly enable the ones that I actually use, because this is pissing me off. Do you think that the instructor requires us to put a countdown or keeping track of life meter or health meter? No, that wasn't put into the instructions. They just wanted a single player Pong experience that doesn't use like a little AI paddle to go up against, and they wanted you to make it compelling. That was it. Which basically equates to, you know, if you're not facing up against another opponent or an automated one, then you're playing Brick Break or Brick Breaker as a version of Pong, or as a subsect of Pong rather. And as a result of that, you can kind of do whatever you want. They do require a way for you to lose, though. That's just the thing with most games. Unless it's like supposed to just be a really cozy, comfy time waster that has no way of losing, but I like putting a little bit of a fire under asses. I need timer checks. Remaining CD count. And up here we will put a serialized field. With a private float of cooldown time. Boost CDT. CD time, yeah. And we're going to set that naturally at like a 5-second thing for now. Set this equal to 0 to start. So if the ball isn't mounted and we hit spacebar, we want to check if remaining CD is greater than or equal to the boost CD time. If it's true, then we will do boost. I have to get the ball, huh? Ball dot boost ball. There it goes. And I want us to have a boost cooldown calculator where if boost cooldown calculator. And for this boost cooldown calculator, I want it to check remaining CD count is greater than or equal to boost time. We're going to get rid of this right here. We're going to say start coroutine boost. It's not the one I selected. Boosted equals false. Go over here. Ball dot boost ball. Recently boosted equals true. Damn it. I'm not even going to put an else. We're going to say if recently boosted. We're going to print boost on cooldown. And we're going to break out of this. Yield, return. Oh. Now we can put this else. Turn new wait for seconds. Okay. I have a feeling that I could actually still kind of use this in the update. I'm sorry, I'm really indecisive here. Delta time is okay. Time in seconds. And what was the last bit of this? Recently boosted. I'll do that instead. What? Well, it's 10 o'clock. I have to finish this up in my own privacy now. So, ladies and gentlemen, wish me luck. I need to eat and have this submitted before midnight. And even though I've already over-engineered the crap out of this for a 1-week assignment, wish me luck. We'll go to end here, and I want to give thanks to everyone that participated in the stream today, including but not limited to Darklight, Jacob Williams, and Abman. Thank y'all for being here. It really means a lot. We had a lot of chatting, a lot of talking going on, comparatively to, you know, having come back from absolutely nothing for a whole summer. So keep checking in the Discord. I'll let y'all know the updated status of this game, and I'll let you know what happens in the long run. All right. That said, that's all for today. Thank y'all for being here, and I will see y'all in the next one. Stay frosty.